Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is July 23rd. It's Wednesday. It's 2025. And today we are here for the sentencing of Bryan Kohberger. It is going to be a long day in court. It is going to be a difficult day in court. We are going to see the impact statements from those who choose to give them. Remember, victims and victims' family members can also submit impact statements to the court. Those will be placed on the docket, but not necessarily read in court. The defendant will have an opportunity to speak. I don't think that he will. I'm not expecting that he will. The court has set aside 2 full days. It may take that much time. It may take less than that much time. We just don't know until we get into it. What I do know is that it's going to be a hard day. Impact statements are very important. They are very emotional. But what's going to happen at the end of the sentencing here is not going to change based on the impact statements or anything else. This is a negotiated plea deal for 4 consecutive life sentences fixed, meaning no parole. It's also a plus 10 on the burglary. So an additional 10 years after you serve 4 lives. But it is for the natural life in prison. Will that be in prison in Idaho? I would suspect not. I suspect that after they do the sentencing reports, he'll be transported out of Idaho and out of state, probably not on the West Coast, for his own safety and for the consideration of the prisons. We can talk about that more during Q&A. I'm probably not going to bring up a ton of chats in Q&A. I'm going to be saving them until we have breaks in court because today is going to be a difficult day. So we're going to roll the intro. I'm going to answer questions. The questions that I have seen the most are, will the defendant speak? He can't be forced to. He may choose to. He does not have to. Is he eligible for parole? No. Life fixed is for your natural life, so death certificate or in prison. Is there a chance he can withdraw his plea? That's incredibly unlikely. I don't expect that we will see that today. Today we'll probably just proceed with impact statements and sentencing. That's what I am expecting. But it is live court, so as much as we set the expectations, we also just see what happens together. So law nerds, I have a comfort cappuccino. Let me know what you're drinking. And let's get into it. I hope at the end of the day that all of those who have been impacted by this case are able to at least put Bryan Kohberger behind them as best they can and start to heal and let him be forgotten and let the victims not be. So let's roll the intro. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, law nerds, we are just on the briefest of delays because I wanted to make sure we had closed captioning, knowing that today is going to be hard. Court had a little bit of a false start where they said, you know, court has begun, and then they needed a few minutes, and now court has begun for real, for real. So we are going to go directly to court. So let's go.
All right, this is CR 01243165,
Hey, at least it sounds good.
State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow.
Closed captions just a little delayed.
The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case.
Yes.
The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary.
Yes.
In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts, first-degree murder, life fixed.
Fixed means for natural life,
The
no
parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court.
I didn't see a sentencing
Court is
memo.
familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Both parties said no. So
Does the state
What does that mean? Is there any reason why sentencing may not be imposed? Everyone said no. He's not going to withdraw his plea. He's not going to argue about the sentence. Everyone said we are good to proceed with sentencing.
Before impact statements and arguments wish to present evidence today.
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Those would be photographs of the victims.
But no
alive.
testimony other than impact statements.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing the
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I
Nodding?
indicated through the
We're
trial court
nodding?
administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running in audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funke's statement.
Oh.
And she has asked that her friend Emily Alandt read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
The surviving roommate, Bethany's statement is going to be read by a friend. I didn't know if we would see any statements, but her friend is going to read
Your
that
Honor.
statement for Bethany.
I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funke, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have
Reading impact statements is incredibly hard.
have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache. So I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away.
I'm sure
Even
she
though I
does.
understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door.
It's not your fault.
I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory.
Trauma does.
That was the
weird
worst
shit.
day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving,
disgusting.
numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people
Disgusting.
who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends.
Yeah.
I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think
survivor
about
guilt
this every day.
is
Why
awful.
me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone.
It's not your fault, Bethany.
I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth.
I mean, everybody
I
needs
would
a
cherish
debrief.
those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now, I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone. and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House.
Hell yeah, Jersey Shore.
When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are and not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind. And they will be in our hearts forever and always.
It is such a hard thing to do for Emily, one of their best friends.
Please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Well, the judge is going to make me cry too.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure.
Okay. Surviving roommate Dylan is going to give her impact statement. I am not surprised that the judge also has a tear. It is a human
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
reaction. You can do this. This is an incredibly painful and difficult thing to do. I have always said that I thought part of this plea deal was sparing these two women from testifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, four beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future.
Yeah.
Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety.
Something is
It's my
wrong.
body reliving everything
Yep.
over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like.
Right.
They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him.
Yeah.
He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life.
Who didn't turn that
It is not
phone off?
easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard.
Yes, you do.
I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
And you get to keep their memory alive, Dylan. You've got
Dylan,
this.
thank you so much for your courage.
And yes,
I appreciate it.
The prosecutor was blocking her from Kohberger's view and blocking him from her view. That's exactly what he was doing for all of you who asked. Dylan, you get to keep their memory alive, and you can be strong and shattered at the same time. It's a very,
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogen family.
very hard thing to do.
First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogen's stepfather.
Both Dylan and Bethany used their voice in an incredible way and shared what they've been through as survivors with the insurmountable trauma that they are carrying
Standing by
with
him
them.
is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogen's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. Experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours.
Oh yeah, when your kid looks at you and says that, you
She had
just break.
she had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey.
Yes, the judge
As
is
she
grabbing water.
transitioned into womanhood,
to hold
Karen
in
and I
emotion.
continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we have
As the
created.
attorneys will do too.
All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt
Nope, I'm moving down the
disbelief.
closed caption so it doesn't block her parents.
Next, we felt disorientation.
It's going to be hard with the court
Then we
ticker.
felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal.
No. It won't.
Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie, and they was perfect, helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be, her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie.
No, there aren't.
We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention.
Well said, sir.
We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
You honored
Thank you so much
Maddie's
for your
memory
courage,
well.
and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless
Your Honor.
They were going in orders. There might
Your
not
Honor,
be many more
this
statements.
is Leander James.
left.
He's the attorney for the Mogen family and victim advocate.
Yep.
He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
Good for him.
May it please the court, counsel?
It's so hard to read.
My name is Leander
impact
James.
statements.
I'm the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams.
It's a kind word.
Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done.
You don't have to offer
However,
forgiveness.
we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor
You don't
will we
have to
ask
forgive
for
to move
mercy
on.
for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great.
She is
But we
staring him down.
will waste no further words
Good
or
for you,
thoughts
Mama.
on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Let him be
Thank
forgotten.
you, Mrs. Laramie.
Let them
Appreciate
be
it.
remembered. Even as an attorney, making those statements are hard. Incredibly, incredibly hard.
Next is Ben Mogen, the father of Maddie Mogen.
Because they said they were going in order, Maddie
Actually,
Mogen's
Your Honor,
charges-
it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogen.
All right. Maddie's grandmother. Ooh. Grandma.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogen's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogen, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogen, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt.
Which is something to
We
consider.
want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7. And I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it. And I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo. Never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family,
Oh, Grandma, I love you so
replicating
much.
the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together.
That sounds like the fucking
And she went
best.
home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogens were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogen side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating.
Or just a gift.
Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest, in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief,
Yes.
of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben.
You can't just scream at
No
grieving
one
peace.
should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock,
He will see it.
and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates
Grandma.
and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogens are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now it's been Mogen, Maddie Mogen's father.
I appreciate that Grandma shared how their family is continuing to honor Maddie and when. Maddie's father.
Benjamin Mogen and Maddie's dad. And first I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody.
Yeah.
Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, you let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if
Literally me.
we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And we my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they, on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 6:24 to 7:04. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out.
Yes,
I hope you're
ma'am.
doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive. A lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and they had a heck of a time. I'm glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. And she never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And this shouldn't have happened. And
It shouldn't.
A death sentence is one thing. When it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But a life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Her dad shared
Thank you so much.
a reality for Kohberger there at the end, and said, "You think you're going to have more time?"
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Goncalves family. First will be her father, Steve Goncalves.
And yes, the prosecutors are all wiping tears at their table. I am not surprised that the defense team is taking sips of water to try to keep stoic, which is part of their job. Attorneys sit through a lot of
Today,
this.
we are here to finish what you started.
Oh, Steve. Okay. I'm gonna back this up real quick. He turned the podium to look directly at Bryan Kohberger, to just looked directly at him. All right. Okay, Steve. He turned to that podium. I'm taking a breath. And Steve gets to say whatever it is he wants to say. Oh boy. I didn't think we were going to hear from him.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes they had your DNA, like a calling card.
Tell him.
You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke.
Well, Steve's got your number, Kohberger.
But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Goncalves, Kaylee's brother.
They are going in order of the charging document,
Alivea Goncalves.
which is why
Kaylee's sister.
Maddie Mogen's family went first. Kaylee's family, then Xana, then
Hello,
Nathan.
I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Alivea, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Goncalves, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry.
You should be.
Every day I'm angry.
You get to be.
I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that.
She's a big sister.
Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down. And for
Big
that
sister's
clarity, I'm
not backing
thankful.
down.
I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling.
He is blinking
Before
so
leaving their
fast.
home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel
Yeah, he turned off
to know
his
the
phone.
only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper?
What?
Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows?
That's a good question.
Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022.
When he realized he lost the sheath.
Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you?
Oh boy.
Do you feel anything at all?
He
Or
feels
are you exactly what you always feared?
he feels pissed about what
Nothing.
you're saying.
If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You worked so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Alivea. She brought the big sister energy. I don't think I've ever seen a courtroom clap after an impact statement. Did you see the judge's face? The judge did not love that. I think Alivea knew exactly what words would echo in Bryan Kohberger's head for the rest of his sentence. And she said all of them. She said everything she wanted to say to echo in his head for the rest of his life. So yeah, Alivea, when he goes to prison, it's your words that are going to haunt him. And he was blinking so fast during her statement. I have never seen a courtroom clap after an impact statement like that. But get it. Get it, Alivea. We ask the law nerds not to call names. In court, you get to do what you want. And yeah, you tell him, big sister, that your little sister would have kicked his ass. But he's a coward. And he attacked them when they were intoxicated and asleep. He was pissed during that impact statement. And that is what people are going to remember, the things she said about him and not him. Next impact statement. I'm not surprised people are handing water around the courtroom, sometimes taking a sip of water helps.
Next is Kristi Goncalves, Kaylee Goncalves' mother.
With the emotion, this is Kaylee's mom. Alivea spoke for her sister, her sisters, and said what they couldn't. I wish they would move the podium back so we could see them, though.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize
Your
this
daughter
isn't
did.
about you.
Yep.
It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Goncalves, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one.
Oh boy.
You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you.
Oh boy.
Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Do we have more from the Goncalves family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Goncalves family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Goncalves' grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Goncalves family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her
George,
grandparents.
you cannot just come out of nowhere.
This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Goncalves away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence.
Yeah.
You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor.
Even for the attorneys reading the statements written in the first person, it is hard. And when I said yesterday, sometimes the anger is easier to tap into, I'm not surprised that we saw that in some of the statements.
This is Linda Lukins' statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother.
And they've
I really
every right
don't know
be
how
pissed.
to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up.
I think that's a comment towards his selfie photo after the murders.
And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Goncalves, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, "Light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not." Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
I think that's probably a good plan. The court's going to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to use the Zoom room that we have to go ahead and catch up. And the court, even in real time, is still on recess. Let me move this real quick. So we will leave this up. I'm going to answer some questions and thank everyone for, adhering to chat rules, even though impact statements don't. What just happened? Even though impact statements don't necessarily adhere to chat rules, chat still adheres to chat rules. Impact statements are the opportunity for the families that are going through unimaginable grief to share whatever they would like to share, however they would like to share it. And that is for them. So we are caught up to real time. We will wait till court resumes. The families are going in order of the complaint in this case, the indictment in this case. So we have heard statements from the family of Madison Mogen and Kaylee Goncalves. If there are more statements, they will be from Xana's family and then from Ethan's family, though Ethan's family indicated to the media that they may not make statements. They may change their mind. They may not. So let's get to some of your questions. We will see what the families say. They are in grief. They are in anger. They are going to share how and what they want to share. I appreciate that the chat understands that the chat rules and the rules in court are different. So thank you, chat, for that. I appreciate it. And again, I have so much empathy for the attorneys too, because I was never It was never easy to read impact statements. And then as an attorney, can you read these? It's like, I will do my best. I will read them. I will read them with a shaky voice. I will read them with tears rolling down my face, but I will read them. Kat said, Emily, didn't they clap initially and Darrell Brooks and the judge shut it down immediately? I don't remember that, but it's possible. The Brooks impact statements, I mean, a lot of impact statements are incredibly difficult. The Brooks impact statements were difficult. So I do not even remember the victim impact statement day from the Brooks trial. So they may have, I do not remember it. But judges often do shut that down. A number of you have asked if he is shackled. I would imagine his hands and feet are shackled. So, I would imagine both his hands and feet are shackled. Let's see. Sue, thank you for the gift of memberships to the Law Nerds. We are here. We are here to listen to the impact statements and the rest of it. So it was, they're hard. And for all of you that haven't watched impact statements before, they are hard. And a lot of you in the chat are saying it did happen with Darrell Brooks. Some judges have different rules. I think Judge H would be in a difficult spot to ask people not to clap because it just is. Xena Warrior said, Emily, you should have an Aussie shirt on today. I don't think I have an Aussie shirt. I've seen Aussie live a few times. I was really quite stunned yesterday that he had passed, and I do not have an Aussie shirt. I should have. But I do not. I do not know why I have so many band shirts, but it seems that I do not. So, Rita said, I want to hug them all and Judge H. Yeah, we see that Judge H is taking a moment. So it's not easy. It's not easy for anyone in the courtroom. I am sure it's not easy for the defense attorneys either, but part of doing your job is being able to be there with your client through statements like this. And unfortunately, as part of being a criminal attorney, the more you do it, the better you are at distancing yourself. It's not always perfect, but the better you are at distancing yourself. So I'm going to save some of your questions because there's some of them that I will not be able to answer until later, just because I will need a breath. For those of you saying Ann Taylor looks uncomfortable, it's hard. Yeah. I don't know if his parents are in court. They might be. I don't know. So they might be, they might not be. I did say at the beginning of stream, and I will say again, I don't know if he will be. Look, prison housing decisions are not made by the attorneys, but I would not be surprised if he is housed out of state. I would actually expect that he would be transported out of state. So I do not think he will be housed in, I don't think he will be housed in Idaho. So let's see. Tara, I saw that part of Kaylee's sister's statement was her reading the survey he did for grad school when studying. Yes, it was. And there was a lot of thought that went into her statement. And as a big sister, I think she stood up for her sisters and tapped into standing up for her sisters. And in the chat said, will he make a statement? He will have the opportunity to. I don't know if he will choose to. I would expect that he won't. Emily 101 asked, will the judge make a statement? The judge will pronounce sentencing at the end of the hearing. The judge may make a statement. He may just impose sentence. So Tater Farm asked if Kohberger will be in Gen Pop. not initially, I would imagine. It will also depend on if he is housed out of state. So it will just depend. But I think he will probably be housed out of state. Some of you are saying Bryan Enton reported that Kohberger's mom and sister are there. Thank you. I hadn't gone and honestly looked, but I will go look. As Tucker said, will his family have an opportunity to make a statement if they want to? But they can also provide a written statement to the court, so they can do that as well. So the court break said it was going to be about 10 minutes. It's been longer than that. We will see. But again, impact statements don't have a ton of rules. Denise, I understand this. Denise in the chat said, I wish his attorneys would show some emotion. I understand the feeling. Once you start, there's no reining it back in. They are in work mode and they are doing their job. So I don't hold that against them. They are in work mode and they are doing their job for their client. And if you start to open that floodgate, it might not close. So I don't fault them for that. And I don't expect anything different from them. They have a difficult job to do and they are doing that. So I don't judge them with that. Jennifer in the chat asked, do you think he's listening? Yes, because he is reacting to what they are saying. Kelly Marie asked, can he change his plea at the last minute? No, that time has passed. So no, he cannot. He will be sentenced. So work mode is work mode. All of you that work in healthcare that have to go into work mode and literally cannot feel the feels, that's what that is. You are in work mode to get it done because you do not have time to do anything other than work mode. They will have to process it later. And Kohberger is reacting to what is being said to him. He is just not reacting in the way that a lot of people with empathy would react. But that is not surprising. So I am not shocked that he is not reacting with empathy. That doesn't surprise me. Empathetic people aren't going to be in his position for the crime that he committed. So that. Let's see. I'm going to answer just I'm going to answer questions until we get done. Let's see. Joshua Alexander asks, has there been any motive? There was no motive in the evidence. There is going to be much speculation online. No motive is really going to help, though, because the motive may well be to see if I could, or because I wanted to. I mean, that's a very real possibility. I also think, and the prosecutors indicated at times, that they thought there was a target of this crime and others in the house, and this was not intended to be a quadruple homicide, that this was intended to be a single homicide, and then others were there, and then it became a quadruple homicide. So the motive may well just be because, and that's not helpful to anyone, I don't think. So it doesn't change that what it is terrible. Denise, I said sisters plural because Alivea referred to both Maddie and Kaylee as her sisters because they were besties that were like sisters. So as a big sister, she felt like they were both her little sisters and said it. Ohio Pom Mom said, as a retired social worker, I have trouble turning off work mode. I have been there. I understand. And once those walls come down, it's really hard to put them back up. So I get it. Shanna asked, Emily, did you at least see T-Pain's cover of War Pigs? Amazing. Shanna, I shared it on social yesterday. T-Pain does not get enough love for what an incredible singer he is. Emily, would you rather disassociate and talk about music all the time? Yes, I would. As Bryan Kohberger is coming into court, you can see that his hands are shackled at his waist. His feet are going to be shackled too. He might also be in a belt. like a stun belt. But yeah, he's shackled. All right. Yes, I would like to disassociate and talk about music. We are going to continue. All right. Court is live. We are resumed. But yes, shackled
Jennings.
and talking to his
Your Honor.
attorney.
The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jazzmin Kernodle, Xana's sister.
And as they are walking to the podium, I'm just going to zoom because we had a moment, the briefest of moments of Zoom Room.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
There we go.
In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Good for you,
Thank you.
sister.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down,
Yeah.
because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with. And we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane, and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, and then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss most is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? Whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, are following things. And Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see. And they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. Could have been their friend, could hung out. And it's like, this is a blessing, this is the whole kid was. And definitely was a big blessing in my life. And so is Jazzmin. And basically, we worked hard to do the things we did, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jazzmin, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. At Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what happened to these kids did, all I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Xana's to say, and I would have been sitting right there on that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Xana said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You have to rent a car. Don't be drinking and driving." The week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Xana, her influence, her smile, the things that she did. And we have the memories left, the great memories. And she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, And that's what we're going to do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your
Oh,
family.
sir, it's not your fault.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out.
Yeah. That's
And
okay.
I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name's Stratton Kernodle, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother.
Okay.
Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish.
Yeah.
And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Again, everyone is going to have their own journey with grief, with how they process this, and with how they move forward.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just
And he's
feel the
looking
same way we all do.
at the family members.
All of us are united because of something that happened. And I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out.
You can still submit
Probably
it to the
get
court.
kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys.
I mean, you can share it
not
with
to
us.
you,
We'll share it.
with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful.
As big
you know?
sisters do.
I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay?
We feel it from here,
Go to
sir.
hell.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in a crime with so many victims, the families
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
the families do have other families that have experienced this with them, which no one ever wants, but most families don't have. And so for him to turn around and speak to the other families doesn't surprise me, because they are all connected through this awful thing.
I'm Karen Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you,
so much alike.
the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
You're doing a great job, Mom.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay.
Okay. We are at the end of the impact statements. We had seen that the Chapin family said that they were not going to share their
Right,
grief,
state can argue.
their grief or memories with Bryan Kohberger. The state will make argument, but this is an agreed upon plea. It is going to be fixed life sentences. So we're going to hear what the state has to say. I imagine it won't be much, and we will see where we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution.
Yes.
That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days?
There better not be.
All right.
I'm holding on to questions. I'm going to get to
Thank
some
you,
of
Your
them
Honor.
when we get a court break. So 60 days for restitution.
I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here,
Yeah,
including
why?
the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today
Yeah,
for
why?
these proceedings.
Why this plea deal?
As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts.
That was the feed that glitched. not
As Your
you.
Honor will recall, on June 18th, just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions.
Those are the alternate perpetrator
And the
motions.
motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted.
They weren't.
So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration.
That's
Because
what we thought.
indeed, the defense had maintained
Innocence.
from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent.
Yes, they did.
It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality.
Yep. And then they blinked.
Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives
among
of
the
the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty,
It would have gone
it
to
would have been
trial.
devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on.
I'm glad he has explained. I hope that after seeing
Thank you.
the surviving roommates, there's a bit more understanding of
That on
part of what
count
was
one,
considered here.
the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Goncalves. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason.
The consecutive is symbolic because fixed life does not have parole, but it's a necessary
and hopefully now
symbol from the court.
As we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community
Time to
in the
heal.
state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room
Court
has the
can't fix
ability
it.
to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family.
He's putting up another photo. A photo that
This
we're all
is the
familiar
picture
with.
taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve.
Well, some of them wanted a
so
different
that we
closure.
can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The defense will have a chance to speak. They may choose not to because it is an agreed upon plea. We'll see what they say. If they say.
All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you.
The defense said no argument, no evidence. The defense and Kohberger are ready for the court to enter judgment. The court's going to give Kohberger the opportunity to speak. I imagine that he won't.
You wish to, I take it you are declining?
I respectfully decline.
Well,
yep. No statement from Kohberger. We'll hear from the judge, who we've seen wiping tears today too.
please.
We are moving on to sentencing now.
All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus.
Good for you, Judge.
Or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids.
I'm glad he said that. Get them.
The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why.
Know. Yeah.
I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot,
can't.
How could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth?
That's what I said.
Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed?
Good for you, Your Honor.
Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance.
There's no understanding.
Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality.
Right.
No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him.
Good for you, Your Honor.
His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, his giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court,
Forever.
recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000.
Wow.
Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogen. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000.
That's the
And a
max.
civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim.
That's the max.
On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Goncalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumb print impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility in execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal. And any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment.
He's going to do that
Which
today,
will
isn't he?
be entered
Probably today.
shortly hereafter.
Yeah.
Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
And that is the end of the day. We're going to answer questions in just a moment because that is the end of sentencing. The stream is done, and they had gone to the court screen and then gone back to the holding screen. So that is the end of the sentencing today for Bryan Kohberger. The court had said it might take 2 days. It did not. So at the end of the day, we heard impact statements from most of the families, varying from deep amounts of grief to rage to telling the defendant exactly who he is. We saw a very forceful statement from the judge. And yes, judges can do that. Judges get to choose what they say at sentencing. And when there's a waiver of appeal, the judges have a little bit more leeway to share. And I have seen judges choose to just sentence the sentence, and I have seen judges choose to tell the defendant exactly what they think about the defendant and their crimes. And that is the direction that Judge H took in this case. He also, I think, gave some very poignant words to the families, hoping that they can start to find healing and some type of path forward. I appreciate that the judge also touched on something that we talked about yesterday on stream. Judge H said, look, a lot of people want a reason. They want to know why. But continuing to lean into asking why continues to give Bryan Kohberger relevance, attention, and power. And the judge went on to say more eloquently than I did that there is no explanation for the unexplainable. And he's exactly right. He also touched on something that we've talked about over the last few weeks, saying, would we even believe what Bryan Kohberger had to say? And would he use it as continued power to keep the attention on him? So the judge let the defendant know that no one is going to be looking to him for answers. They are looking for him to be locked up. And though in Idaho, the court does not normally, it seems, refer to life fixed as life without the possibility of parole, the court said it to make sure there was no question. The court said numerous times that the defendant will be imprisoned until he dies. 4 consecutive life sentences, plus 10 for the burglary. The burglary is the breaking into the house to commit a felony, that felony in this case being murder. Sentencing days are hard. Impact statements are hard. It is a lot of pain and raw emotion and anger. But at the end of the day, the judge made very clear that the highest punishment he could give Bryan Kohberger is what he gave him. The judge fined him the top of each fine. The code section says imprisonment or fine or both. The judge picked all. If there was something the judge could sentence Kohberger to, he sentenced him to it. $50,000 in penalties on each charge. $5,000, which is the max under the statute, in restitution or civil fines to each victim's family. And the judge held open restitution for 60 days, which means that as the prosecution gathers information for restitution, that will be cost of funerals, services, and things like that, that they will then have a restitution order be entered in. So the fines, the fees, and the future restitution will be paid from Bryan Kohberger out of money he earns in custody, out of any commissary money, out of if he ever chooses or if anyone chooses to pay him. We talked about this in another video, but if anyone chooses to pay him for his story or an interview or whatever, that money goes in and is held in a fund that restitution can then be taken out of first, if he chooses to do that. So, the court also addressed the question that has been lingering about appeals. Bryan Kohberger waived his right to appeal. He has a right to file notice of appeal. His right to file notice of appeal can't be taken away from him according to the case law and the Supreme Court. However, filing his appeal may violate the plea agreement. If his plea agreement is violated, and the court noted that, you want to talk to your lawyers about that. If his plea agreement is violated, the state can choose to withdraw that plea agreement and go to trial and seek the death penalty. I don't think that will happen. I don't think we will see a notice of appeal filed. He has 42 days from the written entry of judgment. I imagine the court will do that today. Be like, tick-tock. The judge sentenced him to the max that he is allowed to be sentenced to. And I think that says a lot. A lot of judges do not add the fees and fines. That was a statement from the judge. Proud Mama, is the restitution on top of what the judge ordered him to pay? Yes, and it gets paid first. Restitution gets paid before the fines to the state. This is my speculation, but I wonder if the judge put all of those there to make sense, well, to make sure that if he ever tried to profit off those crimes, all of that money would go elsewhere. To victim restitution first, to civil restitution next, and then to the court fines of what, $250,000, $350,000. Yarnwork said, I thought Idaho had son of Sam laws. I did a whole video about this on the Emily Show. I will link it down below. But in sum, there is a lot of case law on the point of whether people can sell their story, and they can. In Idaho, it goes into a fund and is held essentially in abeyance by the state, and it pays out all the restitutions and things first. And then whatever's left over goes to the defendant, if anything is left over. So yes, they can make money, but it would go to the victim families first. So I will take a look, and I'm sure Miguelina has already looked, to see if anyone is speaking outside of court, and take a look. But that is what I will look for first. Amanda asked, what is restitution? What does it pay for? It is an amount of money that is determined by the court ultimately through receipts that can be used to pay back things like funeral expenses, etc. There are questions about what if he does not pay restitution. There's not really much they can do if he never earns any money. But if he gets any money, it would go there. And what if he is held out of state? Even if he's held out of state, he is still on compact. So he will be in the custody of the state of Idaho. The state of Idaho may choose to have him housed in another state. And then Idaho pays that other state. There's agreements between many states to have prisoners housed elsewhere. But he's still in the custody of the state of Idaho, and he still has to do that. So he still has to, that was loud. That was loud. I'm just looking to see if there is any press conferences. This is why I normally don't do this while I'm live and let Miguelina do it, because then it gets very loud. Apologies, everybody. But I will take a look real quick and see if I see anything, and we will go from there. But I'm gonna answer some questions, and then while Miguelina's looking for that, I don't know if there will be any. I think people said what they needed to say in court. I don't know if there's much more to say outside of court, really, but I will keep an eye on it just in case. Thank you, Miguelina, for finding a feed. I appreciate it. So I'm keeping an eye outside of court, as is Miguelina, because Team Baker's the best. B, the moderators will let me know. And then we will go there. We always look for feeds with closed captioning. So I'm going to turn this volume down a little bit and keep this feed live. And then if anything comes up, we'll put it on. If not, we won't. I don't know if there's much more to be said. I think everybody said what they needed to say in court. And we saw a wide range of what they had to say. So Ellie Wood in the chat said, is he eligible for work in prison? That's up to the prison and up to his behavior. It will take a little bit of time. So it just really depends. Let's see. This is, well, that one's live and there is not much going on there. Some of you are saying the families are speaking. On the feed I have, it is, well, it just actually stopped. So that's delightful. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I see anything on any other. Oh, there we go. All right. Miguelina, let me know if you see one. All I see is, thank you. This one's got a big old banner on it, but that might just be what it is. I don't know if there's another one. Oh, thank you. That's okay. Appreciate it. We will try to gain up the volume on this, but let me put it up. So we're going to go to, again, this is why we don't do, well, breaking news is always dynamic, but I'm going to grab this feed real quick and gain up the volume, and then we will go outside of court, where families just started speaking. So thank you, Law Nerds. We'll go do that now, and I will try to gain this up as best I can. All right, let's add that. Oh, we don't need the, well, they've got background music. That's not us, but hopefully that background music will, where is that coming from? Hold on. Some tab is open with music on it. Let me find it. That's annoying as hell. Sorry, chat. What in the world? What we don't need is a musical interlude. Like I'm all for some music, but that was not the musical interlude that we needed. All right. One more time back to court.
It's been a long and emotional morning.
This is outside of court.
Please show some grace to the families as they answer your questions.
The attorney is just yelling at the media. He's like, stop it. Show some grace. I mean, okay. All right, sure. Let's hear what they have to say. I mean, it's an emotional morning.
Well, it's almost been 3 years, and today's the end of a long, hard-fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but
this is the Goncalves family,
and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
The judge talked about how we may never know why, and it may not be worth it to try to answer the why.
The reporter is really hard to hear. But she's asking about the judge. The judge said we may never know why, and is starting to ask their thoughts about that.
There's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, I mean, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kit, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
it would corroborate things.
It would corroborate things, and he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of the.
I think there's one of the best ways to protect the surviving roommates is that this was a plea deal.
Those details. If you got those details, then It's as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, valuable, I think. And, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just it was a shortcut. And we said from the very beginning, we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter. And we wanted everything.
Stevie, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to.
The reporter said, or is asking Steve Goncalves, you turned the podium, and is asking him why he did that.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and his days of being protected are coming to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium, though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, well, I'm moving this. I just kind of made that decision right then and there.
The podium says "do not move" on it. So he's like, nope, just turning it. And he said he made that decision in the moment.
So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, he's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was. And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak. To speak now. Is there
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you go.
They're asking the younger brother, he didn't make a statement, and if he wanted to make a statement.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe it wasn't court appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't.
I think what she said was it might not have been court appropriate.
Yeah, my name's Steve Goncalves. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar, to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. Same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact,
Why
we
is the
learned from
media
the
showing
plea
the
deal
media?
had been finalized from an email
Go back.
from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along.
He's talking about the
and that
lead
this case was
prosecutor.
following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word?
Sure.
Sorry.
Could just go with it.
Prosecutional
You're fine.
Approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted triumph are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record. It's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho Four. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother. Thank you.
He could have said that in court. The question is there anything you've learned over the past 2.5 years that you can share with us now? They're turning to see who's asking the question, but it's just a row of cameras, so I can't see who's asking the question. It sounds like Chanley Painter, but I don't know if it is.
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that
Go back.
Once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent
the gag
about
order.
3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and yeah, we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed.
Well,
but yeah.
To be fair, the gag order was removed Thursday, so it is difficult because the gag order also covered what could be told to them. I'm glad that law enforcement sat down with them after the gag order was lifted and spoke with them before today.
It was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all
Protect
the details.
her.
I'll be general, but
Protect her.
Yeah, she was stabbed.
Keeping the details of what happened to the victims is protecting the victims, not the defendant. We know what the defendant did was depraved and horrific. The details of that protects them.
Over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes
The question is, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? I wish the camera wouldn't pan. Just let the questions be shouted. We're still not going to see them.
I looked her straight in the eyes and I just seen black holes and just anger at me.
These are some of the other family members on the
face that he fucking hated me.
courthouse
He
steps.
absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
They've panned to some of the other family members. Steve Goncalves is saying about the stare down in court. We knew this was a brutal multiple stab wound case. And that's going to be consistent for all of the victims based on what we've seen in court and what he is sharing.
Down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked her straight in the eyes and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me
yeah,
in my eye. You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that needed, or was this?
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado, and the real feelings.
Has the spotlight been faded?
The media asked the family, did your family get anything from today? And she's explaining, I don't know yet. And that's incredibly honest, because it won't even set in.
What do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask, Alivea today was spectacular. But Alivea asked a question.
The media's talking about Alivea's statement and starting to ask about Alivea's statement.
Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something real in there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee.
The question followed up with a question about a second weapon that comes from Alivea's statement and whether or not a second weapon was used. And that is why they are mentioning, we do know this. That is something that would come from the coroner's report that they might not have known until the gag order was lifted. Those are the type of details that would not be shared or in the media until something went to trial.
So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today is not the day, okay?
I saw briefly a few of you in the chat saying nothing has been proven. Bryan Kohberger admitted to a quadruple homicide. So that has been proven.
Thanks.
The media is continuing to ask questions as they walk away. I think the media should at this point let them walk away. The victim's family wants to walk away. Let them walk away at this point. If other families want to talk, they can. If they don't have to. That was the feed that glitched for a moment. I hope that there is law enforcement there to help them get to their cars how they want to, so they are not followed. Oh, the second weapon hasn't been proven. It's been told to the victims' families. So what it is, they might not know, but they know that there is something different that would have come from the coroner's report. Coroner reports can identify weapons, and that's not unusual. Julie, the state could not do a lot until after this case was done, because there was a very strict non-dissemination order. And if the state had given information that the victims' families shared with the media, it would have become a very big problem. So there was a lot the state could not share because of that. That is frustrating for them. So, all right. They are covering the family's private moments. If others come up and speak, we will cover that too. I'm just going to let it roll. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogen. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families.
Just
Thank
zoom
you.
back out and let them speak.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks.
Yes.
Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty.
That's true.
Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals.
That's true.
This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you.
That was me pulling up another feed for the press conference that has not started yet. So that's what the background noise was. Apologies for that. When that starts, we will go to it. I'm going to stay outside of court. This feed, though, might shift to the press conference and moderated Q&A that law enforcement is going to hold. We will go there next. Miguelina, will you just let the chat, or let the chat is here. Will you let the app know that law enforcement is going to do a press conference with a question and answer? Because we might learn a little bit more about this case. Well, I'm interested to see what they have to say. So, Lona asked, if evidence is unsealed, will you cover it? It would only, yes, when we can, if we are not in trial. But when things are unsealed, it will be the court documents that already exist that will get unsealed, and we will take a look at it. So, Mem said Emily wants to be the media producer. I would immediately get fired because I do not want to invade on people's space. I do not want to put a camera in a grieving mother's face. Like, I would not do all of that. Maribeth said, why are they going back inside? I think that that's probably the direction that the press conference is in, or if that is not the case, it may very well be that, all right, this press conference is getting started, so we're going to switch over there right now. It may very well be that they are leaving court out a back door, or that they parked underneath the building. So either of those things can be true. We are going to switch over to the press conference that law enforcement is going to hold. Fiddler asked if anyone spoke for Ethan. Ethan's family said that they are going to celebrate his life privately with family. They spoke at length and very candidly on a documentary, and they chose to speak in that way and not in court, which they are allowed to do. And they didn't, from what I saw of their interviews, they did not want to share their memories with Bryan Kohberger. They shared them with those who wanted to watch them in a way that they felt comfortable. So Ethan's family chose to speak for him outside the presence of Bryan Kohberger, and did so. I don't, the name of the documentary is escaping me at the moment, but it was the second one. All right. We are going to go to the press conference from law enforcement now, because that has just gotten underway. Zoom just a little bit.
Final. Okay. So this will be your 5-minute warning.
Oh.
Final white balance, sound check. Good to go. Everybody? Checking 1, checking 2, sound.
Okay.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Good. Checking.
He white balanced for them.
Sound.
How kind.
Keep talking. Sorry, gotta keep talking.
All right. Well, that's the 5-minute warning. I'm going to leave that up with the sound very much down. When this, I want to be there. When this goes live, we will just go live with them. So I'm going to leave that volume muted until they go live. This one says it has closed caption. I don't know if it will, but again, when they go live, we will go live. I'm going to answer some questions until then. Janice asked, can you go over violating the plea again? The court noted it to the defendant that filing for appeal may violate his plea agreement. If the plea agreement is violated, the state has the right to withdraw the plea. If the state withdraws the plea, they can go to trial. I don't think we will see any of that happen in this case. It seems to me, and this is just my speculation from doing the job of criminal law for quite a long time, is that Kohberger's defense team, and we saw it very clearly at the end, was pushing to get the death penalty off the table, and that was their goal. And once all the doors were closed legally to do much else but go to trial, they went to the prosecution and asked for a deal. When the prosecutor, who we see walking into the room now, brought that up in court, Kohberger, to me, looked pissed. And I'm going to pause this real quick. They're just about to get started. Kohberger looked pissed, but all the legal avenues for him to get out of the death penalty were closed. The only option was to go to trial. And when that was the only option, they asked for a plea deal. And that was put on the record today. I got the sense he didn't like everyone knowing that he was asking for a plea deal. He asked for a plea deal. All right, let's go to the press conference live in Idaho. All right, more people are walking. That's the entire prosecution team walking in.
Dollinger.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Dollinger, and I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the City of Moscow, the State of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Bryan Kohberger brings the legal process to a close, following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end, because the losses are permanent and the pain remains.
I was just trying to
We want to express
move the
our deepest
closed
gratitude
captioning.
for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts,
There's a
as well
lot
as
of law
prosecutors,
enforcement involved.
forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution,
Interesting.
and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together. You have to listen to me talk.
Well, there was
I'm
a
sorry.
gag order
First off,
that you very much
I want
wanted.
to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you, I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case, and I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you were all, I think, listening in, either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on.
There is finality.
As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged.
He admitted that he was
There
guilty.
was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He
Reduce
pleaded
charges.
Guilty, straight up. And he admitted under oath
That he is
Judge
guilty.
Hippler, the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. and we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families,
He's separated from the
but
rest
for
of
everyone
society.
who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. And I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and here, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you,
They had attorney generals on the team.
I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid and Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over
The
the past
Vandals
2.5
family.
years.
Yep.
And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them.
They don't all agree.
But we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made.
Which happens.
But this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense that would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting
Answers?
that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant.
That wouldn't happen at trial either.
In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We,
You can't
the
do that
state,
either.
don't have the power to compel that.
Nope.
And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So, I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions.
He's not going to answer
We'll
them.
get that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
We're going to hear from each agency before we get to questions.
I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful
I like their
process,
hats.
it indeed kept us moving forward.
I had no idea.
Your strength, and particularly your love for one another was inspiring and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts,
I'm so
and
distracted by the
investigators
hat.
answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less.
They look like the troopers'
It
hats.
is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going. Even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplified the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
The FBI!
It just wasn't appropriate earlier. We had to find a place to
Good
put
afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this
They did a lot of the tech.
The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day.
Good.
Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
It's interesting to note that the FBI is helping support victim services, and it might just be that the county did not have enough support or the full need of support for a quadruple homicide like this. And I appreciate them mentioning how that support was being provided, because we just hadn't heard and did not know.
Good afternoon, I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children,
the state
for
Attorney
the community
General
of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning.
This is the Idaho State Attorney General.
To the people of Latah County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho. And to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division.
Lawyers.
But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution.
Hey Jeff, can you send that? I got some offices you might want to send that list to. Jeff, I got thoughts. But not everywhere does the state attorney general support local if local doesn't have enough prosecutors. We have seen that in other cases. We saw that in the Murdaugh case. The state attorney generals came in and prosecuted that case for a wide variety of reasons. But not every county has the resources to handle cases like this. So I appreciate that one of the things was we need to also help local prosecutors. And we saw fairly early on the state attorney generals come into this case.
It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division, and I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you, Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think they're probably going to open it up to questions.
Now we will transition into our question and
We'll
answer
see what
phase.
gets answered and what doesn't. Thank you,
Joining me
chat,
at
for
the
being a
podium will
honored
be
chat.
Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office.
Sure, we have
and
some that
two
are new to our chat
investigators,
today.
Brett Payne and Darren Gilbert.
I'll just remind you, our chat has rules. If you do not like our chat rules, that's okay. You can. There's plenty of chats on the internet. So thank you, law nerds, for your patience every time we cover live court. There's some adjustment, but just a reminder: people grieve in different ways. The families give statements in different ways. It is not ours to judge. We are here to watch this case and how it plays out, and we are here to see what information we are going to learn or not. It is for us to observe. And that's exactly what we are doing. So thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Let's continue.
Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can.
People have a lot of questions.
Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families and/or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come
There are very few things under seal. Privacy interests are fair. What about the investigation into who leaked shit? Can we talk about that?
up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to
moderate,
point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
I'm Rolly with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the released documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly.
The question was, what can you tell us about released documents that law enforcement is looking to put online?
As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department
That is
said
interesting.
this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence?
The next question is about whether this is or was a targeted attack and getting into those questions. But what we learned from Moscow is that they are going to be putting up a website, which will probably 504 very quickly, but they are going to be putting up a website that they are going to release police reports. I don't know if we will get all of those reports today. I imagine they will put up a placeholder because identifying information will have to be taken out. And a lot of police reports, every time they mention the victims, include dates of birth. So there is stuff that's going to have to be redacted out, but I will keep an eye on that as we go through it. But we also have other cases, so we will keep an eye. But I appreciate that they are going to put out a website with the police reports in this case. It's going to be a lot of information, but as Kate P said in the chat, makes sense instead of dealing with all the FOIA requests. Yes, because everybody would be hitting them with FOIA requests.
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
There's a lot of speculation online about who was targeted, how they were targeted. I think it is a appropriate law enforcement response to say this house was chosen and targeted, but they are not going to say who within the house was targeted because they likely do not have evidence to point to that. And so they are going to leave that alone. However, each different law enforcement agency has different parts of this case.
During Kaylee got there at KHQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you.
There's no connection. It's not him. That's what they said.
Cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon, not just the knife?
Oh, that's a big pause face. That's a big pause face. That's a big pause face. Okay. The question was, is there a second murder weapon? Did you see that pause face?
Deep dive into it. We researched it.
I backed up. I wanted to see that again.
It was not. It was not. Thank you. We cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon, not just the knife?
Sir, your face has subtitles.
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Where?
It sounded like
There is more to that answer. We're going to have to wait to find out what the more is, but there is more to that answer. So, whether or not there was an additional weapon, however, and we heard that in the impact statements today in court. However, I don't know how much we will get from or if the autopsy reports will be released, but we will see. That was an incomplete response.
the Goncalves family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee's office.
The question is circling back on that, saying that Kaylee's family said there was a second weapon used on Kaylee.
The Goncalves family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee's office.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them if they wish to share that with you.
That's not an answer. The Goncalves family said there was a second weapon. Out of respect for the family, we cannot answer that. You'll have to get that from them. I wish that hand hadn't gone up in front of his face.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them if they wish to share that with you. It'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, or that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And no, it doesn't make sense. And it's if you were in that neighborhood.
It makes a lot of sense to be in a neighborhood where there's a lot of people at all hours because you don't stand out if you're in the neighborhood at all hours. That actually makes perfect sense.
At all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go.
People delivering DoorDash. Right.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning, and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit.
The feed just glitched. That wasn't you. The feed did glitch and back up. The media is asking DA Thompson about his voice quivering.
When you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names, I'm just wondering about the emotional toll, and I have one other question.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There was a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There's just no there's no easy way to remain stiff-lipped.
The only person not impacted by this seems to be the defendant. But yes, the feed is glitching just a little bit, so it's not y'all. But yeah, everyone else in the courtroom was impacted by the emotion. The defendant was not.
And dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was...
He said there was no way to just stay dry-eyed. I mean, unless you have no empathy.
A photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it.
The prosecutor wouldn't have seen what's on defense table, but the question is, there seemed to be a document or something on defense table with a black heart. Do you know what that is? There was some type of document on the table. However, speculating isn't helpful as I proceed to speculate. It could easily have been a letter from or to Kohberger's parents, but there was something on the table.
Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There is something I need to say, though, real quick. This is the problem.
You can go back and watch the replay.
Product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important. Failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurward, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies
this
for
feed
the
is
oversight
glitching
as I wasn't reading my notes correctly.
bad.
But thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, incidentally, he was on crime. You said that, it was your decision to accept this plea agreement.
The question is, you said it's your decision to accept the plea agreement. I will just remind or let you know, if those that don't know, Bill Thompson is the elected DA. When it comes to cases that are death penalty cases, I've never seen a jurisdiction where the elected district attorney doesn't make those decisions. Every jurisdiction I've seen, the district attorney, the elected district attorney, is the one who makes those decisions, because ultimately they are the number one individual held accountable to the voters. So, and for those of you saying that sounds like Anjanette, it is.
Brings finality, people die in prison. The corporal Payne just said he died in prison. The corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and give answers to these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that.
The feed glitches are making my brain hurt. And for anyone listening on the replay, it's the feed. But he was saying the law does not allow us to ask for a specific allocution. You heard the judge talk about that today, and he said, let me finish, because I imagine the face that was staring at him was, but wait, I have legal questions. So I'm glad Anjanette asked this question about why not require him to provide a factual basis more in line with what they do in the federal system.
We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a fact. We made our decision based on our assessment of the law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities, for the state.
Yeah, I don't doubt his judgment on that one.
But for the communities, for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this. But we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Gilbertson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Payne, that the Chapin family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-week manhunt, even though you didn't have.
The media is asking questions of Corporal Payne and saying to Corporal Payne, the Goncalves family told me you called them every night. And he is nodding in response to that question from the media. During the manhunt.
And I just think that goes to show that there's no carry to this. So that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe the clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided?
For all of you asking, before the camera zoomed in, yes, Corporal Payne took a big deep breath. And I wouldn't be surprised if he called one family every night during the manhunt. I would not be surprised if he called all 4 families every single night during the manhunt, which would have weighed incredibly heavy on him personally. But you could see it when he took you could see the big breath and his nose getting red, which tends to happen right before people cry. So, he would know every single detail of this case. So I'm not surprised they're asking if he has thoughts on where the murder weapon might be.
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let these things, and we just never.
He's saying they never found anything that would lead him to where the clothes were or the weapon was. Kohberger had quite a lot of time during this manhunt. So.
Never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying.
Darren speak to
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but
it's
K-bar knife, and that's it.
One knife in the
It's in this where it could have been, and we just were not able to
vastness of the United States.
Visibility though to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kaylee Goncalves was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more.
Right.
The question is, what about the clothes? We know, and the reporter said, we know that Kaylee Goncalves was stabbed more than 34 times and another victim was stabbed more. So they are asking about how bloody really the crime scene would have been. That's what that question is.
The reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it, and this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that, and we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing,
Has planned.
that could be the outcome, and that's what we were left with here.
That answer is also, we don't want to help people crime better, so they're not going to answer that too specifically because they don't want people to crime better.
CNN, Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger?
I don't know if that'll be answered.
Psychological testing on Bryan
Glitching is
Kohberger?
killing me.
Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And
I'm going to see if there's another feed real quick. I don't know if multiple feeds are feeding this out, but the glitching is actually starting to glitch my brain. Miguelino, will you just look and see if there's another feed on this? Because the glitching is actually starting to hurt my head. It just keeps jumping back a few seconds. It's awful.
How did you assess that mode of murder?
Thank you.
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do
Are
not
sealed.
rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done.
Okay, I'm going to switch feeds real quick. He's answering that very specifically to say that psychological testing was done. It didn't rise to a defense, meaning defense like we saw in the Shabiznes case or a diminished capacity type of defense. But that will remain sealed likely for the entirety of the case. There might be some argument between the parties over that because remember, the judge is going to start looking at unsealing records, but those evaluations that were not made public in court will likely remain sealed, but they did not rise to the level of a defense. So I do not think we will see those, and so I'm not going to speculate on that much more, but not rising to a level of defense is a very specific answer. Okay, this is going to be from a different camera angle, so we're just going to find where Bill Thompson was talking about that, and hopefully the internet is stronger for this feed. So there is no closed captioning on this one, but I cannot, it's seemingly we cannot have both. So let me see if this one is in the right spot now that we've switched.
Come unsealed. Request.
Hey, we found that at the right spot. Good for us. Good for us. Also, on the psychological testing done, some of those things would have been done for the penalty phase, and we can talk more about that later, but for the penalty phase, not necessarily for the first phase of the trial. But the audio is better.
Most of the court documents being sealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to...
I'm going to back up just a little bit more because I think that's a follow-up question. So I'm going to back up just a bit more and see, because I had paused a little bit. I want to make sure. Ooh, that's terrible. I want to make sure we don't miss anything though.
And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want...
Oh, that's way too far back. Apologies, chat.
...of personal privacy.
There we go. We are right in the right area of
Do you anticipate
sealed records.
Most of the court documents being sealed?
All right. Let me back up just a little bit. Apologies. We'll find it. I was so confident. And then less so.
This and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link?
because I truly don't want to miss some of these questions. There we go.
It's my understanding that the jail will not.
Nope, a little bit more. Streaming is dynamic. Oh, no wonder I couldn't find it. The camera just went 7 different ways from sideways. Fantastic.
The reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get.
Okay, there we go.
So that could be.
Personal, how did you assess that mode of murder?
There we go.
I can tell you that psychological testing was done, Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense on behalf of the defense, also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological conditions not play a role.
I don't know.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where people be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant
I don't know.
is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change.
They asked where he's going to be housed, and they're saying he's going to be housed in the Idaho Department of Correction, but that could very well change. As I said, I suspect that ultimately we will not, I think ultimately we will not see Bryan Kohberger staying in Idaho. That is what I think. There is no pool camera for this, so every agency is on a different camera. But this one's not glitching, so their Wi-Fi is stronger.
Over time, and the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated, and did he say anything that was helpful or give you any insight as to why?
I think they knocked a wire loose on the mic. Lizette, I'm going to hold on to your question. We will get there, but I was so optimistic. The question that is being asked is, after we got past the noise, I've forgotten because the noise jarred my brain. Oh, did you monitor his communications? Fuck yeah, they did. Did you monitor Kohberger's communications? And did you learn anything from those? That's what they're asking. Did you learn anything that was helpful or any insight?
Yeah, we did monitor both while he was housed and once he was in the county.
I don't know, Chad.
Hundreds, thousands of
There we go.
hours of monitoring that was done, but
They said we monitored his jail calls while he was in the county hundreds and hundreds of hours.
there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
No, I don't think they will.
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are the possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities.
Yeah, those aren't coming out.
But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here?
So the question was, will the jails be releasing the jail calls? It seems that we've gone through all the glitches now, and they do not release personal calls. So if he is not talking about anything of evidentiary value, if he's talking to his mom, his sister, whatever, those aren't going to be released.
Greg Fisher
That's not
with
uncommon.
CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
He's already addressed this. He's addressed this more than once.
Trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible, and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the
house
victims
was
and all the
highly
members
visible.
of the house from their side. So
The house was highly
we
visible.
have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You've got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training.
So, investigators say that they were looking for some type of link and they could not find a digital link. Look, the house was highly visible. These victims were visible in their community. You had Bryan Kohberger's cell phone going back and forth in the community. It is not unreasonable that any monitoring of that home or the individuals in it was not taking place digitally and was taking place visually and in person, which is much more difficult to trace. They were looking for visible traces on digital. However, there might have been things that just would not be captured digitally. I don't want to get into that too much more, but a digital link was not what they found. So the house was highly visible, but you also a link doesn't have to be established. I think it goes to the why. A link doesn't need to be established in the case, but there were cell phone traces showing that he was not unfamiliar with the area and that he had been in that area numerous times. So, and in the area of the universities, etc. Okay, continuing.
You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question's for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask,
It's changed everyone involved.
The question began with, you were originally assigned to talk to us and now you're running the show. Did things change? I don't know what happened to the potato microphone. I hoped I caught it and turned it down enough to save your ears.
How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So,
Okay, fuck this feed. Sorry, sir. I'm sure you're lovely. I'm sure you're very nice. I don't even know what to tell you about that feed. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, law nerds. It is, well, I do not get to rule the world, unfortunately. Would I have assigned a pool camera for the press conference? Yeah, I would have. Would that have been easier? Yeah, it would have. Is that what happened? No. Is that what's going to happen? No. Are we going to switch again? Yes. Yes, we're going to switch again because Lord, and we are not that far behind real time, but that was a struggle. All right, continuing.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well as.
All right. Don't let us down. Third time's the charm.
That was a short answer. You probably have time.
All right. We're going to back up just a little bit. I'm trying to get to the last dude who was speaking, but I think I might have overshot it just a little bit. We'll see. All right.
The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in court.
Let me back up a little bit. I hate moving banners, but I rather have sound.
for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was
There we go.
assigned to talk to us at the very beginning, all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're policing in Moscow?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget.
Well, I guess we have to pick our struggle today. Today, the struggle I'm picking is this feed, because it seems to have a little bit of glitch, but at least it doesn't have the deep fried potato mic. Cheers.
Yes.
Streaming.
Associated Press.
Streaming is dynamic.
The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy within the case. The Goncalves family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as
the court documents are going to get largely unsealed with some redactions. Like everything will eventually get unsealed with some redactions.
court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed.
Yeah, there might be some
requests for
redactions.
discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
And the fight over that will be fought another day. And the fight will become, again, between the media coalition and the court about whether those need to stay sealed or whether they are redacted. And I think Judge Hippler has indicated pretty strongly that those documents, if they need to be redacted, will be redacted, but will not remain sealed. So there will be a balance.
I'm just wondering, did the lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to...
They're asking about lack of motive, and I'm going to let Bill Thompson answer, but in a case this violent, a jury doesn't give a fuck about an answer, about a motive. They really don't. And that's just from my experience, but with a case that is, with a case like this, not having a motive isn't going to dissuade a jury at all.
Do you want to explore the motive or reason for a crime? And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you...
Excuse me, ma'am, you can't rationalize, you can't, there's no rationale for a quadruple homicide. There's just not. And when jurors are given very specific tasks, and it's a little bit easier for a juror, right? A jury has a very specific task to do. And the task that the jury is given is, did this person commit this crime? So while they might have other questions in their mind, they are given a task to focus on. Did this person commit this crime? So they're not being asked about whether or not they know why. They're being asked, did this person commit this crime? And with that task, they can often come to an answer, yes or no. And they are not seeking more information, even if after a case they may want it. The public is not given a task. And so the public is left kind of spinning. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these questions come up. But ultimately, not having a motive when you have the evidence that we know about in this case, the motive doesn't need to be proven. And the jury's not going to go, well, we don't know why. They're going to go, this was fucking depraved. And this is how we know, if that was the conclusion they would have come to, this is how we, which I think it is, this is how we know this person did this. So they're not going to look for rationale in something that is irrational. But the media is asking, how do you explain that to a jury? You don't have to.
Well, I tell you, from an investigator standpoint, we
More
already
motive
know
questions.
and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it.
It
We all
happens a
do. We
lot.
naturally want that. But the reality is, it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
Yep.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, it was, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the
Focus is easier when you are working towards something.
motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder.
Right.
And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence.
And that's it.
And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to.
I think you could have stated it more strongly, personally. But yes, I think the evidence was compelling.
Worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
In the back.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
That's a great question.
Yeah, so
the question was, did he say anything when he was arrested? Are they going to answer it?
Brett and myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about
You are immediately not answering the question.
cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night.
And?
There in Pennsylvania.
And?
So,
Talk about what he said.
And?
So we went into this interview, we used
That's not an answer. Corporal Payne, put us out of our misery.
a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They help us a ton in framing our our interview strategy, rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him.
I would like to extend a personal apology. This is a rare thing for me. Chat, just give me a second. A personal apology on the behalf of Nightbot for caps blocking Eric Cartman. I apologize. I realize it's the only way to say it in all caps. And yes, not getting the answer that has been asked in a pretty straightforward question is very frustrating. So apologies, Cartman, for the Nightbot. It's appropriate. It's appropriate. Nightbot, leave Cartman alone. Respect my authority. What did Kohberger say? You are just not answering the question. Did you see the politician level sidestep? Did he say anything while he was arrested? First, let me say, what a wonderful group effort this was with all of these incredible agencies. We went to the house, we hit the house, we did a search, we did the... What the fuck did he say? I might have to do a FOIA request. Let's see if we get an answer from Payne. We know they interviewed him.
Speaking.
I'm going to back that up a little and let him give his full answer. Look at at each other. Someone tell us what he said.
The state police, and then he was brought to us, and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania. So,
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit to help us a ton in framing our investigative interview strategy, rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level, and then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much
as soon as...
What do you mean he decided to end the interview? Did he ask for a lawyer? What question made him ask for a lawyer? What did he say when he was arrested? Because you're talking about interviewing him later.
We tried to get...
I'm going to have more questions. This is going to raise the level of more questions.
It was pretty surface level, and then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much...
As soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows, we're detectives from Idaho, so that's when we really started to shut down, and they just shut it down. So we...
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Did he ask for a lawyer?
Next question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation.
They've moved on to asking about Kohberger's family and if Kohberger's family has been cooperative. I have questions.
Tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, yeah. Anything to add to that?
No.
Yes.
Just wondering if you ever had an idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end?
I have no idea what that question was.
No.
Okay, now I need to back up. I have no idea what that question was.
Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end?
What? Sorry, I'm going to try one more time.
Yes.
Just wondering if you ever had an idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end?
Oh, what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal? I'll tell you what made him take the plea deal, but that explains why his answer was nope, because he's not going to speculate. I have a bet.
Nope.
Which is a little outside of my average and norm, but we'll talk about it at the end.
No. That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there was some reports that there was Kohberger's a pirate-proof container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one surviving roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of its work computer. Some software experts.
The question is about a software expert that was going to testify about pulling things off of Bryan Kohberger's work computer. I believe they were also going to talk about the obvious traces of Kohberger trying to wipe his computers.
Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The Barnharts, I believe, is the name.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively, so there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
But they obtained evidence that he wiped his devices, which sometimes might be more powerful, because we've seen very recently a case where, well, the first time, where the cell phones were just gone. And if you're sitting on a jury and the cell phones are just like, poof, everything's been destroyed, the first thing a lot of jurors think is consciousness of guilt. You're trying to hide something. And jurors are allowed to make those inferences if they believe the evidence that something has been destroyed. So if the jury believes that steps have been taken to wipe computers, to wipe phones, they're allowed to make the inferences of consciousness of guilt. So, proving that something has been wiped is incredibly helpful.
Did he have two cell phones, or was it just the one cell phone?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home or office or somewhere else.
Computer that he had wiped?
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off. He used VPN.
Regularly used software to try to wipe, clear his computer, and used a VPN. However, using a VPN is just smart, in my opinion. Using a VPN alone is not consciousness of guilt. Using software to regularly wipe your shit goes a little bit further.
On his devices also. Okay, back here.
Evan Fixer with United States. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet over to Off-Road Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IGG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that part.
The question is about the FBI taking over the IGG investigation and whether Thompson had concerns about Kohberger's constitutional rights with regard to how the FBI handled the IGG data. This was something that was heavily litigated early in the case. Ultimately, it was not sealed, and we'll see what they have to say.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further.
Single source is incredibly important
State
here.
Police has a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that and what was the beginning of the IGG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no.
He's like, if Judge Hippler's not concerned, I'm not concerned. Judge H. If Judge H isn't concerned, I'm not concerned. That also doesn't surprise me.
Didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
The reason there was extended litigation over the IGG data is because it was a center point to the case, because there is no working around single source DNA on the knife sheath of a knife that matches the wounds to the victims. There is no good way to work around that. It's not transferred. It's not someone else touching it and touching this and touching that. There would have been mixed DNA there. So it is a huge key point to try to pull out the foundation of the DNA to go into the case. Once the defense lost those arguments, all that DNA is coming in, and it is really powerful evidence. So the defense wanted to pull the foundation out of the DNA because the IgG, for those of you asking about the IgG, the genetic DNA is how they were able to get to Kohberger's DNA. It wouldn't have come in trial. We covered all the pretrial motions. We've talked about it. At trial, it would have come in that the knife sheath matched Kohberger's DNA. But it wouldn't have come in at trial the way that the FBI went through different databases to try to find a family member and narrow it down, because they went through databases to find a family member or a likely family member match. So what they had was the knife sheath with a DNA profile. They took that DNA profile and ran it through all the law enforcement systems and didn't get any results back. So they had an unknown profile and they were trying to match it for something. So they took that genetic genealogy to try to match a family member and narrow things down. Through those databases, they found someone with some familial connection at some point in the family line to start to narrow it down to the Kohberger family. And then they went to Kohberger's parents' house and pulled the trash after it had been picked up by the trash company. And once they pulled the trash that had been picked up by the trash company, they got DNA profiles from the trash. And then that profile was Kohberger's father. So once they had Kohberger's father's DNA, they were able to do the rest of search warrants that they needed to then go arrest Kohberger and then get his DNA. Once they took Kohberger's DNA subsequent to his arrest, then they ran Kohberger's DNA against that unknown sample, and that unknown sample was then matched. So that was kind of the process to get there. So they identified it from the broader databases, narrowed it down, got the trash from the trash company, narrowed it directly to Kohberger. That was going on while they were doing all the other things. The car, the video, and the rest of it. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Continuing on with Q&A. Bill Thompson's like, yeah, we didn't have any worries. Judge Hippler didn't have any worries. Nope.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind?
The media is going to ask the question that I have talked about on stream. If he had not left the knife sheath behind, I don't know if they'll answer it, but is this a very different case? I'm interested in what they say. I say it's a very different case if that knife sheath's not left behind.
You have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found him. We would have found him.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten
him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowling was trying to. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so?
They're asking about the plea deal feeling a bit rushed. The court answered this, I think, really well at the plea hearing. I imagine that Bill Thompson's statements are going to echo that.
Quickly, considering some of the families who were against it, and also the Mogen family at the plea hearing mentioned.
That's a compound question. Can you just, that is a compound question. The judge answered why it was rushed. The media that's asking is going into a separate part of the question about the families.
Well, I'm just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you like to see a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogen family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why
it was rushed.
It felt rushed. So.
Why was it so quick? Because they were about to send out questionnaires to 10,000 people. That's why.
Why did this happen so quickly to the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion.
That's why
where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else.
It was the first time that the reality of trial was at the defendant's doorstep, if you will. All of the doors had been closed. And once they got to, you do not have enough evidence to even argue an alternate perpetrator, and you're not going to be able to develop enough evidence. The reality is the death penalty is not coming off the table. There is no other avenue to argue. You are going to trial. And at that point, the defendant went, do you think they'll take the death penalty off the table? And the defense said, we can ask, I imagine. They tried every legal avenue to get the death penalty off the table. And once that was no longer possible, because once this had gone through trial, it is very likely that a jury would find, it's possible that they don't. I think it's more likely that they do. And the defendant agrees with that assessment. Why? If the defendant didn't agree that it was incredibly likely that a jury would have put him to death, there was no way he would have taken this plea deal. That is how plea deals work. He thinks that a jury would have found the death penalty. If he didn't think that, he would have gone through trial. So that's why it happened quickly. It happened quickly because the jury was going to be pulled in, and they needed to know if he was going to plea or not. So they had time to get this trial started on time. And those motions took up until the eve, essentially almost the eve of trial.
In its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's me bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families, and we talked to the families, and we solicited their input, and we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court.
He did.
Is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with, 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly.
Immediately, yeah.
And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
And that's fair. I see a lot of people saying they want to hear from Ann Taylor. I don't think we will ever hear a statement from Ann Taylor because there's not much Ann Taylor can say, because all the questions people are going to want from Ann Taylor are attorney-client privileged conversations, because Ann Taylor did her job to zealously represent her client. And so she did her job. I don't know what else really she could say publicly, because what are they going to ask? What would the question to Ann Taylor be? Why did your client decide to take a plea deal? That's privileged. When did your client decide to take a plea deal? That's privileged. Did your client do this? That's privileged. That's between me and my client. Did your client tell you that he did that? That's privileged. Was your client ready to go to trial? That's privileged. There's truly not much that she can say. She did her job. And so I imagine all you would hear from Ann Taylor is, it's my job to zealously represent my client. And at the end of the day, my client chose to take a plea deal. I don't know what else could be said about that. So there is nothing else she can say, because the attorney-client privilege lives with Kohberger. And so if he wants to share that information, maybe he will, but I don't think we will hear much from Ann Taylor on this. I wouldn't expect to. All right, let's see what the next question is.
Main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
It's a fair explanation.
Here.
I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what?
Looking into Kohberger's past. So, was there any signs of trouble? Is what is being asked.
What did his background look like?
What does his background look like? I mean, that would have come up during penalty phase.
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. And correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes.
Or he chose that path for a reason. That's all.
That sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession. So.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
We'll take this question here, and then we're going to have two more after that to finish up.
Questions for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you talked about meeting with the victims' families before the plea deal was reached, including
The question is that Bill Thompson talked about meeting with the families and where the deals reached. The deals weren't reached until after he met with the families, which he just previously stated that the families were notified that the defense had asked for a deal, were asked for their input on it. But then when a deal was finalized, the families were told after that deal was finalized.
Goncalves, have you spoken with Goncalves afterward about their displeasure with this? And if so, what is that conversation been like?
they're asking Bill Thompson for his perspective on the Goncalves family's displeasure. I hope that he just defers to let them give their own statements and leaves it be, but we'll see.
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
He's been an attorney for 45 years and a prosecutor for over 30. That is the situation quite a lot of the time. Quite a lot of the time. The decisions that are made, not everybody is okay with. However, when you have 4 families and you have 2 surviving victims, that gets taken into account. And even though some families may not agree, some families do. And at the end of the day, I would suspect, whether or not Bill Thompson will say it in a media interview, that the desires of the surviving roommates and sparing the surviving roommates from having to testify is going to weigh at the top of that pile, at the top of all of those considerations, of all the stacks of considerations. I would imagine that sparing the surviving roommates who still have to move forward from this is going to be one of those top considerations. And you heard in their statements today how horribly they were treated online, which, though I shouldn't be shocked, is jarring to hear what they had to go through. And that they not only survived incredible tragedy with immense trauma, but then also had people turn on them with no cause. So protecting those who would have to testify is a very big consideration.
2 more questions? We haven't called on you yet.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Mac restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When did digital...
This is asking about whether or not Kohberger could have come across Maddie in her work.
Data was analyzed. Were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection, where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it.
Was at that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information.
If somebody turns their phone off and is sitting at a restaurant at a table reading a book or something, working on their laptop, you might never know.
Information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just 2 follow-ups to earlier questions, if that's okay, so I can make sure we're understanding everybody correctly. First of all, Mike's question about the family. You said that you didn't get any evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's?
Yes.
There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Okay, thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously he'd follow this line of interest in his studies, Did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an
How could
area
they
of
know
interest?
that?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing.
I don't think there's any way they can know if Kohberger chose criminology as a plan. I mean, I'm sure people will speculate about it, but there's no way to know that. And if Kohberger was ever asked whether it's true or not, I'm sure he would pick the answer that makes him look the most clever. So there's no way we could truly know that.
But it was all part of his studies, so I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that your investigation turned up, if it was part of the plan, was maybe that purchase of the K-Bar knife on Amazon would have been the first, I guess, step toward.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can say that.
Did he
That's
plan it? Did he
speculative.
buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
They don't know
We
that.
We don't have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions, and certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that the City of Moscow is going to be putting up, hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process, and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the setting of expectations.
That was the news conference involving lead prosecutor Bill Thompson.
I appreciate the setting of expectations during the news conference. I expect we won't see much else today, and even when Moscow puts up their website, that it's going to take quite a bit of time before you start to see police reports, but maybe I'm wrong because things are going to need to be redacted. Perhaps they've already done that. I'm going to take some time to answer some questions, and I'm sure we will have more conversations about this case to come, but we are not going to get, well, I will wait until we get some documentary evidence because I lean in to what is in the documents. I know that the press conference has left me with a few more questions than maybe I had before, things I'm going to keep in mind as we look through the documents going forward together. But I'm going to answer as many questions as I can. And then we've been streaming almost 5 hours. And then we will be done for the day, because if this stream had gone into a full day and tomorrow, we would have needed to take some breaks, but perhaps we will be able to stream tomorrow. So that is my hope. So I'm going to answer some questions and round that up before I travel to go see the Cavaliers performing Shapeshift a few more times before we get into finals for the DCI season. Emily, what else will you see? Well, probably Phantom Regiment. And Emily, you're disassociating with music again. Yep, sure am. And boom, I think Boston's going to be performing at one of the shows I'm going to. So, Emily, are you just going to sound bath in drum lines? Yes, I will. It's an incredibly difficult case. It is a very raw day for everyone involved in this case. I hope that the families, whether they agree with the plea, whether they don't, whether they are frustrated, whether they are not, find a way to heal together and find a way to stay connected with each other if that's what they want. It is very rare that the family members of victims of violent crime have the opportunity to really know and trust other families that have been through the same thing, because nobody's really been through the same thing most of the time. And this is an unfortunate case where you do have 4 families that are in the same circumstance. And I hope that just not being alone in that helps. And it was powerful to see and I am going to blank on exactly which family member, turn around and talk to the other families and say that we are going through this together. It's a very unusual thing. So there was lots of different types of statements today and lots of emotion, but families will grieve in their own way. And that is to be expected. But then again, I had worked in criminal law for a long time, so it's not unusual to me. So, Lisa GF, before we jump into the rest of the criminal law stuff, said, love the cabbies. A friend of mine has a son in Boston Crusaders. They're having a good year. Boston Crusaders are having a really good year. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. It was Maddie's dad. Boston Crusaders are having a really good year. For those of you who are asking, Emily, what are you talking about? Elite competitive marching band is drum corps. So we have talked about it on some streams. I'm not going to play drum corps today, but we have talked about it on some streams. It's something my kiddo is a part of, and it keeps the summer very, very busy. Siggy said, thank you for covering the impact statements. It's important that they be heard, and I couldn't do this alone. I know a lot of you feel that way. It is not an easy day. As a human, it is not an easy day. As a streamer, it's definitely not an easy day for the mods. We tend to have one of the biggest streams when we cover cases, and that will bring in many who are not regularly a part of the law nerd community, which is hard because the law nerds, even when something rubs us the wrong way, tend to withhold our judgment of others when they are grieving. The broader internet is not necessarily that way. So, Chad is saying it was Xana's dad or stepfather. We have conflicting statements in the chat. It will be timestamped. I am because my brain has stopped, but yes. So one of the things I saw asked a lot was why don't we see some of the other friends speaking at sentencing? There are limits to who can speak at a sentencing, and the law defines who are victims that can make victim impact statements. And even though families aren't direct victims, they are defined by the law as those that can make impact statements. But a lot of the friends would not have that opportunity in this way. And that is the way that impact statements in Idaho are structured, which is why you saw when Emily made the statement, she was making it on behalf of Bethany and said, I am reading Bethany's statement. And so that is part of it. Excuse me. Let's see. Sane asked, if he does not serve his time in Idaho, does the state he ends up in cover the cost? No, there are normally compacts between the different states to cover those costs. Every state deals with that, I'm sure, a little bit differently through their own Bureau of Prisons. But it would be, if you are sentenced to state prison and you are not housed in your state, which with a high profile defendant would not be unlikely, if you are not housed in your state, you would go to a state that your state has an agreement with, and then your state would still cover those costs and vice versa. But you wouldn't go from your state then to federal or something like that. So it was not unusual. And it would It would actually surprise me more if Kohberger stayed in Idaho custody. I imagine he will be processed into Idaho prison and transported out of state. So I think he will, I think he'll be transported out of state for his own safety, and especially given some of the things that were said in sentencing and people wishing harm. Look, again, I am not judging families wishing harm upon Kohberger. That is not our place. We do not do that in the chat. But the state of Idaho has a obligation and responsibility to keep Kohberger safe to the best of their ability. And if they are not able to do that, it will end up costing the taxpayers of Idaho much more. So if Idaho prisons think that they cannot keep him safe, they will send him out of state. And it would not surprise me if they did that in this case, because this is a high-profile defendant. Even if he eventually ends up back 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, if he's still alive, the state will have to determine if they can keep him safe and if they can't. So I think that they will transfer him out of state for his own safety, and so that they do not have to pay the lawsuits if something happens to him in custody. So that. Pharmacist Karaoke said, EDB, what are strategies lawyers use to keep from sobbing in a courtroom? I've always wanted to go into law, but I'm extremely passionate and wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't know how anybody copes with it well. I truly don't know. It's hard. I don't know how to really explain dissociative work mode. It's partly a trauma response, which is not the healthiest. I don't know what the best coping mechanisms are. And there were times I cried in court. You just do your best. There were times I cried in court. You do your best. And the more you are in a job, Bill Thompson said, I think my walls have come down a little bit after all this time. It's hard, but having to put up walls at work, in that way, and I'm not talking about those of you who work in medical, in legal, especially in criminal, in family law, in EMS services, in social work, you know what putting up those walls costs you. I don't know if there's a good way to explain it. I don't know the best way to deal with it. I truly don't. For me, one of the things that helped was at least having a little bit of control over my career and the types of cases I took and the types of cases I didn't take or asked to not take. But then again, I have colleagues who are incredibly compassionate, empathetic, amazing humans that handled the most horrific types of cases that anybody would ever handle and did it from a place of protection of the victims. And that was their solace. Like, I can do this, and I can do this well, and I can speak for those who can't, and worked in that well. And so every person finds their own path forward with that. But you also need support. So you have to have support. If you are working in a helping profession, you have to have support, however you find it. Megan asked, how are the defense attorneys not crying? Practice. It is their job, and they are doing their job. I don't know. There was a night, we're going to go back to music, but I was at the Dave Matthews concert in Los Angeles the night that they found out that one of their bandmates passed away. And the entire band got up on stage and performed to honor their bandmate. Not very long after they found out about I don't know how they did it. I still don't know. But there was a work mode that was tapped into of we are going to honor what we've lost, and to do that with the community. And I think for those who work in professions that are hard, the purpose of what you're doing is what pulls you through it. But I have no idea how you sing. I don't know how you sing after you've lost one of your closest friends. I don't know. I just don't know. But they did. And they went into that place of, we are going to go to work and we are going to be with this incredible community. And it's hard, but it was I sat and sobbed the entire concert. It was one of the most surreal experiences, but it was also great to be with community. And that's a powerful thing too, is to be with community. So you've got to find that community that is with you. Sue said, sending wishes and healing and peace to all the survivors and families. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. And a lot of the hard part comes after it gets quiet. And it will probably get quiet later. I've seen a lot of you ask about whether or not there can be a civil wrongful death suit. VFam Mom asked, a lot of you have asked. Could there be? Sure. I don't see the point to bringing a wrongful death suit because, from my perspective, and this is not my grief, this is not my path, this is just my experience and the work that I've done. It keeps them locked in to this with the defendant. It keeps them locked in to court process with him. And the result would simply be that another jury says, yes, he did this. They allocate an amount of money that can be allocated through criminal restitution. It just keeps them connected to him, and it keeps his name in the news. And I don't think they really want to still be locked into a thing with him. So could there be? Yes. What about the $5,000 civil restitution paid? They're going to ask for restitution on top of that. So it will be $50,000 in fines per count, $5,000 in restitution, and then there will be direct restitution on top of that. So there will be more restitution. I don't think they want to stay locked in with him. I really don't. But maybe they do. And we've seen other families want answers that way, and that's going to be their choice. I think that's a choice that will have to be made later. And they have time. I think that's a choice that will have to be made later. They won't. If I were their attorney, I would say take some space. You don't have to decide this today. Take some space to decide what there is to gain here. Because ultimately, it's not going to be a ton. Lauren said, as someone with severe PTSD, and I think we do not diagnose in the chat, but there are some things as individuals were speaking that just rang loud and clear, and I also hope they are getting treatment for it. Please tell me that they have access to support through the state. We heard the FBI actually address that the FBI is helping take care of victim support. So yes, that would be part of it. And that's part of where those court fines go. The $50,000 per count, part of where that goes is to the services provided through the state and to pay that back. Let's see. I'm going to keep answering questions the best that I can. Oh, Alyssa said, thank you for being vulnerable and crying with these hurting people and us, Emily. I can't not. That's not an option. I don't have to be in court. So I get to be here with y'all. And it's hard. And again, grief pulls up other grief. So if you're sitting there wondering, how am I just sobbing at this? Grief pulls up other grief. This is a horrific thing that happened. It's okay to have emotions about that. Which is why I'm not judging the family's emotions. Some of you are coming in and asking about Ethan's family. They chose to honor Ethan out of court today with their family and his siblings, which they get to do that. Redondo Beach said, I don't know how you did this all the time, Emily. Well, I ended up with really severe adrenal burnout. So I don't know how I did it well, but I did it. But again, you have a job. And when you have a purpose, it can be easier because you have something to focus on. We talked about that a little in the press conference. When you have a job to do, you have a purpose to focus on. It's a little easier when there is a focus of what you have to do. Also, for me, and I'm sure lots of you have been in this position. If you have ever been in a circumstance where there is a emergency, a crisis, an injury, a something, when you have a purpose that you need to handle a situation, your body has oftentimes an amazing ability to just be incredibly calm in the situation, and all the things will catch up with you later. And so oftentimes when I was in that role of support and making sure the sentencing was happening, you have a job. And so you are in go mode, and you have to provide that space for the others around you to go through what they're going through and protect them. So you kind of shift into that purpose, and it makes it a little bit easier at the moment, but it catches up with you. So you have to find a way to process it too, because you are in mode. Just like if someone calls and says, I this thing happened, I need help, you figure it out. And then the feels are later. So that. Rev GV in the chat said, these families are spared from a torturing trial, appeals, and parole hearings. My brother was murdered. I'm so sorry. In my early 20s, and we had 3 defendants with appeals and retrials and 35 years of parole hearings. Maybe you can explain in depth for those that know. We have talked about this when we talked about the plea deal a bit. I appreciate you sharing your experience. I'm sorry that that was your experience. It is not something people can understand until they've really walked through it in one way or another. And I don't know if all the families will understand, because they're so in their grief, as they should be. It will take time, and talking to other families and finding grief support groups. It will take time to understand the grief of that appellate process and the uncertainty and the stress and anxiety of always waiting for something else to happen, and always waiting for another appeal, a law change. There's a different type of vigilance that takes over, always waiting for something to happen. And that process also takes an incredible toll on victim families and victims. If Bryan Kohberger had been convicted of the death penalty, it is convicted and then sentenced to the death penalty. It is very possible that you're looking at 30, 40 plus years of appeals. Yeah. So it is a very real thing that if you haven't been through it, it's hard to understand. One day they may, one day they may not. It might not change feelings, but understanding hopefully will help. But when people don't feel heard, it's hard to overcome that initially. YouTuber 2003 said, Emily, if you had one thing to say to the parents, what would you say? I don't know if I can. I saved this question, so I thought that I could. All of the parents did their best to protect their kids. There's nothing else they could have done. And however they choose to honor their kids is the right thing for them. And they can't beat themselves up over where they're at. And they can't change the court process. Nothing they would have done or said or felt or advocated for would have changed what's being decided in court, because unfortunately it is not within their control. And they didn't. There's no amount of doing more that would have changed anything, which is an unfortunate and difficult reality sometimes. But I hope that all of the families feel and realize at some point that what they did was honor their kids. And I don't know if there's anything more that any of the families could have done other than to keep their kids in their memory, to keep their friends in their memory, to allow their friends, if they want to be there for them, which when I've had friends pass, I still want to be connected to their parents, to allow for that if it works for them. Because it's a really hard process, and the way that they process is the way that they process, and that's correct. So I guess that's what I would say. I've spent too much of my life working with grief, but hopefully they can start to heal and remember without the defendant tainting those memories. Juliana Ross says, going to my first DMB concert tonight. Ooh, it's going to be a good one. I have some friends that are going to be at that show. It's going to be amazing. Download the DMB Hub app, track your song list, and just start tracking the concerts you're going to. Start earning your badges in the app. Have a great time. Get a drink if you drink. Get a water if you water. Get both if you're me. And just enjoy the music and enjoy the wonderful humans that are at a Dave show. And if you want to talk to the folks around you, ask them how many shows they've been to. Ask them what they want to hear tonight. And ask them what they think the opener is going to be. And then if anyone calls it correctly, high five them immediately. DMB Hub is the app. It is a fan app through Warehouse. So not through Dave's Warehouse, through, sorry, Ants Marching, my brain. So the Dave Matthews Band fan site, Ants Marching, has the DMB Hub app. Bridget said, I don't remember if Bryan Kohberger knew any of the people. I think we saw a lot of answers to that at the press conference. No direct connections. So that, let's see. I mean, Bop It, if we don't, well, there might be a period of time, a period of time where we need to do some FOIA requests. So we'll keep an eye on that. Probably a few of you in the chat are talking about the Deedle grandma. It was, again, there were times I'm like, I'm laughing, I'm sobbing, I'm dead, I'm alive, I'm not okay, I'm all okay. It was incredibly sweet. Cartman, you're not still timed out by Nightbot. It was just the all caps. It was just the all caps because they're hard for me to read and they pull too much attention, but I'll allow it. I overruled Nightbot on that one and pulled it up. So let's see. I'm going to get to some more questions. Boston Girl 79. Carissa asked, when will we see the unsealed documents? It's going to take a while. Like it's going to take a while. The judge said probably months to get started. So I would not expect that will be quick. So for those of you asking about the nails, they are shapeshift nails. So they are Cavalier inspired. Michelle said, have you ever dealt with a plea deal that did not please everyone? And how did you handle it? I often dealt with plea deals that did not please everyone. Because sometimes that's the right thing for the case. And how did you deal with it? I tried to explain and I listened. And I accepted when people were upset. And I said, I understand that. I understand. You're not wrong. This is why we're doing this. Your feelings are not wrong. So I tried to listen and honor people's feelings. But there were times that people wanted like sentences that just weren't possible on a case. I understand that. It's also not legally possible. And I felt that the best I could do for my job was to listen. And if people were angry, to let them be angry at me. Because then they at least have someone to listen to them. So that. Let's see. Kelly asked, when will we learn about notice of appeal? I don't know if he'll file a notice of appeal. If he does, If he does file a notice of appeal, we'll see it and I'll let you know, but I'm not expecting it. Lizette said, what software was he using to delete his history? I want to know. I think law enforcement is going to keep that to themselves. Along the lines of don't help people crime better, there are times where I just keep answers to some questions to myself because don't help people crime better. So don't help people crime better. Angela said, we binged at 8:50. Thank you. I did not. I'm sorry that I did not notice. Thank you, law nerds. And thank you to the new law nerds. Most days are not as cheerful, but the tearful days are important. So thank you. Let's see. FL fan said, thanks, CDB. Retired medical worker here. Lots of ER location. Walls up to maintain composure and serve the patient. Yep. Because you have a job to do. And it's easier when you can focus on the job. Some of you in the chat are saying, but EDB, we want to crime better. No criming better. Because you know what? Here's the thing. I think that the words that are going to ring in Bryan Kohberger's head, or at least the way that I will carry it forward with me, is everyone telling him that he failed, that he got caught, that he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Because there was something cathartic in hearing someone look at Bryan Kohberger in his face and say, you thought you could outsmart everyone, and you didn't. Sucks to suck. And that was a bit cathartic to hear them say. Too bad. Number one fan, thank you. I can't quilt, but I will save the things for sure. But it was look. There were some very heavy-handed statements. But some of the words striking at the things that he holds dear that they can learn through the work that he has done, was incredibly pointed and specific. So they definitely went after what would bother him. The thing in the Tom Girardi case, there's, in most commentary where I talk about the Girardi case, I do call him a disgraced and disbarred attorney. Tom Girardi held the fact that he was an attorney very high. And the fact that he really just shit all over the profession, I think gets to be pointed out every time I talk about disgraced, disbarred attorney Tom Girardi. So, because it's something that's going to hurt his legacy. But yeah, the victims and the crime scene told on Kohberger because he couldn't outsmart himself. And if part of that is because the victims were fighting with him, even though they were dead asleep and had been out partying, which I think is probably something he would have observed, then they helped catch Kohberger themselves by catching him unaware and by it not going the way he thought it would. Just like we saw in the Murdaugh case. The video with Bubba was a huge part of that case. Just like the knife sheath was a huge part of this case. So, whatever caused him to not be able to keep track of the things that he was doing is a huge part of what led to him being convicted. Not being convicted, I'm sorry, of him admitting his guilt. Let me be 100% clear with my words. Him leaving that knife sheath behind and whatever actions of the victims caused that. Because I don't think it was just carelessness on his part. That's part of why he was forced in a position where he could do nothing but admit what he did. And then he admitted what he did. So, let's see. I agree that Ann Taylor did her job. So she was, again, everyone's not going to agree with how Ann Taylor did her job. I didn't see anything that she did that was out of the bounds of her doing her job. If I change my mind on that, I'll let you know. If there's things I don't know, I'll let you know. I think we watched every single court hearing. So Janice shared the appeals taking years is why my aunt and uncle agreed to a plea deal. The perp also had to write apology letters to them and another previous victim's family that he killed. They wanted it over. Wanting it over is a very valid thing. And we did see one of the family members say, look, Kohberger, if you want to talk to me. Talk to me. I'll listen. Talk to me. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to yell at you. If you want to talk to me. And then she can filter it to the rest of the families if she wants to. But you did see one family member say, if you want to talk to me. Which is interesting. And we will see. We will see what happens from here. I unfortunately wish that we could literally just close the doors on Kohberger, but with this case, it's not going to just close the doors. There will be more to discuss with this case. And we will. So, Orbiter asked a very practical question, which I love. What part of this trial would you recommend law students interns study? I mean, the filings in this case and the motion work, that's really the main part of this case. The motion work with regard to the DNA particularly is incredibly thorough on both sides. And then the motion work in the motions in limine. I would pull, and they're all public. So if you go to the Idaho Public website, you don't have to pay for them. I would grab all of those motions and really take a look at the legal work done in those motions. It was well done motion work. Ultimately, the defense lost the majority of those motions. The law was not on their side with that, but they did very thorough work in making those motions. Let's see. Sarah said, can the judge order that he cannot make any money from selling story rights or interviews? No. It would go against the Constitution, and much case law has determined this. There has been much case law over that. I covered it. When did I cover it? I think on the Emily show, but we'll link it below, where I covered why Bryan Kohberger has the ability to do that. We'll link that down below because I covered that on the podcast. But no, constitutional protections, when constitutional protections are constitutional protections. And so there are oftentimes uncomfortable truths in what those constitutional protections are. And we heard that, at the end with Steve Goncalves. Mr. Goncalves was not wrong when he said the court has protected Kohberger from the beginning. Yes, there are quite a lot of constitutional protections of the accused. And when you look at different cases, you can see why. I know for the Goncalves family, when they look at this case, that is harder. But the protections that apply have to apply across the board. So you don't want those protections to go away when you look at a case like the Karen Reed case. And you look at the Karen Reed case and go, how the fuck did we even get here with all of those protections? And then you look at a case like the Kohberger case where the victims' families are frustrated and they're like, where are we in this process? The court does nothing but protect the rights of the defendant. It is difficult because those protections have a different outcome in a lot of different cases. And it's tough and it's uncomfortable and it's frustrating. And victims' families often feel that they don't have a good enough place in the process. And I completely understand that criticism. I wish I knew the solve for it. I wish I knew the solve for it, because we need those protections, especially when the government brings in fuckery. So it's an uncomfortable balance. Let's see. I'm going to answer just a few more questions and then we're going to get going because, well, it might leave us a little time to stream tomorrow. So let's see. I Swear I'm Still Cool said, watch the Brooks impact statements and the trial for the last 5 days. So it hurt all these broken hearts. Thank you for you and the Lawnards. The Brooks case, all of these cases hurt your heart. When you go through the entire trial, there are moments of lightness, even in difficult trials. There are wild moments. There are moments of levity. There are unbelievable moments. There was no trial in this case, so it was a lot of legal work and then very heavy plea and sentencing. And there's still a lot of unanswered questions, which is why it might not feel settled, because there weren't, it happened very quickly, and B, there was not a preliminary hearing. There has been a very strong non-dissemination order, so there is not as much known, which has led to quite a lot of conspiracy speculation, to quote Peter Mon, and not always in a helpful way, but we will have answers or not. But what we know is that we have a resolution, even if it's an uncomfortable one. So Richard said, I can't stop crying. Impact statements will do that. It's better to just let it out. Your face gets puffier if you try to keep it in. Janice said, I understand the relatives agreeing to a plea agreement when my cousin was brutally murdered. And Janice, I'm changing your words. I'm not really worried about the YouTubes in that. Her parents just wanted it over, went on for 4 years, 3 exhumations. I'm so sorry. In court, they just wanted the pain to stop, and a plea was accepted. And that is completely fair, wanting the process to just be done. It is completely fair. And it is not a giving up. Wanting the process to be done and somebody to accept responsibility and get locked up forever is not a giving up. It is protecting yourself so you can continue to live. And that's a very important thing. So I'm sorry that that's your experience. We have so many in our community that have been through the hardest of the hard. And you are all incredibly generous with sharing your experiences with this community. And I appreciate it. And I think the community appreciates it, because there are going to be those in our community that have thankfully never had firsthand experience with something nobody wants to have firsthand experience with. So it's incredibly kind to share those experiences, even that they are hard. It's Beth asked, how hard is it as an attorney to become emotionally involved in these cases? Actually, you feel like you have a little bit more of a job. So you get to do a little bit more of a job, and you get to hug people, or at least I did. I don't know if all attorneys do that. Maybe it's just me. I'm a good shoulder to cry on. So I would just hug people. And so you have a purpose where you get to physically show up and be there. And that for me made it a bit easier. Eric asked earlier, is this the DA? Bill Thompson's the elected DA. I believe he's retiring. So I think this is probably the end of him being, that's a long time. 33 years as the elected DA is a long time. And so in some of the statements we did see the Goncalves family talking about the plea deals that Bill Thompson has accepted. I think for me, some of the perspective on that is that he is the elected DA. So ultimately, he would be signing off on every plea deal the office took, and most cases plea. The large and vast majority of criminal cases plea for all types of different reasons. So every plea deal in his office would really be attributed to him as the elected DA. Let's see. This was Willie Newman asked earlier, do you think we'll be done with this today? We are done with this today, actually quicker than I anticipated. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Sebe, I linked it down below. Felons are allowed to profit from crimes in the U.S. There are rules around that. I described it in a podcast episode. It's linked down below. Danielle said, Emily, do you think it's more likely it will be allowed for, sorry, my brain is trying to flip this back and forth twice to earn money for anything while he's in custody so he can pay the families. He is, if he qualifies, allowed to get, there are different types of jobs. He is allowed to do that depending. We will just have to see what happens. But no, I don't think it's more or less likely. I think the interest in this case, even though the court made a very strong statement about hoping no one gives him money and or a platform, we will see what happens. But he can work while he's in custody and he will have nothing but time. A number of you asked, why don't we get to see Bryan Kohberger cuffed? We did. We saw him when he came in cuffed, and when he went out cuffed, he had waist chains on and leg chains on. But this court has very much cut the feed. The second court is done. That's been their practice the whole time. So let's see. Kathleen asked, how much does this cost Idaho taxpayers? I mean, way less than the Karen Reed case, I would imagine. We haven't looked at that, and way less than if it went to trial. But that's on the lower end of the considerations, I would imagine. Let's see. I'm going to get through just a couple more questions. Thank you all. A lot of our comments and chats are just appreciation for the community and this amazing law nerd community and for the moderators, and I appreciate that. Mimi said, Ethan's family also said the surviving triplets would have had to testify too, so this spared them also. Yes. And I have talked about the surviving roommates quite a lot. But yes, Ethan's triplets, his siblings. And I imagine that that might change how Ethan's family sees all of this too. Lizette said, if he passes, does attorney-client privilege still in effect? Yes. Can Ann Taylor speak out? Shouldn't. Nope. So that is not her privilege to waive. It is not. So let's see. Heather Miller said, did Judge Darrow put a monetary judgment against Darrell Brooks? I do not remember, but in a lot of states, if money is earned, it gets held and then it pays fees, fines, and restitution first. But technically, someone can earn that money. It just doesn't go directly to them. It gets held in a fund and then it pays all the things they owe first. So I don't remember, but you can't say, no, you can't sell your story. What you can say is, if you sell a story, anything, if you make money in any way, if you have, even sometimes if you have a ton of money put on your books in commissary, then that goes to fees, fines, and restitution. So it gets held and distributed otherwise. It doesn't go directly to the defendant. So there's that. Law nerds. A lot of you have asked if we will cover Adam Lally's testimony. I'm going to look today and see how long it is and see if I can make that work timing-wise tomorrow before I travel to go see the Cavaliers. If I can, then I will. So, Marion, yes, escrow. It goes into escrow. Yes, it's held. So Lisa said, so if someone sends in Monday, it will get held. Most states have a portion, so it gets apportioned. The chat is saying it's only about an hour. We can do an hour. I will take a look. Because I think, it's going to be a while before we have much new credible information in Kohberger. I don't think we're going to have new reports today. Even if we do have new reports today, I think we all might need a day or two. I don't know about you. We might need a day or two. And we might just run away into screaming about nonsense. So maybe we'll just do that. So I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to let you know in the app today. I need to let the moderators know. I'm going to let you know in the app today. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, then make sure you're subscribed with the bell on. If you do have the Law Nerd app, I'll let you know. And we'll take a look and see what timing looks like. I want to check in with Dr. B too. Because we are going to then travel to go see Travis. I think the only way I could do this hearing was to bookend getting to hug my kid. Honestly. And my cats. George left though. George, come back. So, a lot of you have wanted the prosecution perspective on Attorney Lally. So I'm going to take a look. I will let you know in the app. Get the Law Nerd app if you don't have it. Hug your paw nerds, your claw nerds, your friends, family, because we need it. Law Nerds, a lot of you have asked if we're doing a case closed on Kohberger today. I would prefer to give it the 42 days to know that he is not filing his notice of appeal. I hope that's okay with you. But on the 42nd day, we will throw down the case closed. We'll throw down the case closed. We 100% will. So let us. It's time. The chat has requested the pickle. The pickle is here. Chat, you requested the pickle. We will pickle. We are going to throw down that case closed when the 42-day appellate runs. I scared myself with the pickle. I pre-pickled. It was premature pickling. For the 2% of paw nerds that absolutely hate this sound, I'm sorry. For all of you that needed the pickle cleanse, you're welcome. I apologize for the pickling. Law nerds, it's been a tough day. I appreciate you. A couple of you are asking again, can you say why he took the plea? I've mentioned multiple times in stream, his legal avenues were closed and he didn't want the death penalty. So he knew, I think, that if he went to trial, that's what the jury would choose. He did not want the death penalty. The defense strategy from the beginning of this case was to get rid of the death penalty if they couldn't get rid of the entire case. And once that was no longer possible, he said, well, if this goes to trial, the options are that they're going to give me the death penalty. So he knew, I think, and chose to plead. That's what I thought. That's still what I think. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. But once those rulings were in, it was done. So with that, law nerds, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. It's been an emotional day. Give yourselves a break. Feel the feels. But at the end of the day, no matter what else has been said on the interwebs, Bryan Kohberger is going to prison for the rest of his natural life. I don't think we will hear anything from him. I don't think we will see a filing of appeal. I think it would be a huge error if we did. I think that he took this plea deal because he knew that that's how he could save himself. And he was very concerned about saving himself. I think what was said to him today in court will stick with him. And I hope that the families can move forward and remember those that they love and not the horrible thing that was done to them and not the defendant in this case. So moving forward, remembering the victims and not what was done to them. So will we see another stream on Idaho versus Kohberger? Only if new things come out in court documents that we need to go over. And even then, I will probably wait until we have a group of them and go from them. So remember, the 42-day window is from when the court files the written sentencing. I suspect that will be today, but we'll take a look. Law nerds, I will see you soon. Stay tuned to the Law Nerd app. Moderators, thank you for all your work today. It's an emotional day and a very busy chat. And I appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you to all the law nerds who were just like, what in the world? Some days just bring out the internet. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Thank you for being an amazing and compassionate community. And I will see you soon. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.